Good evening and welcome back to East Midlands Airport. Welcome back to live flight action on a slightly less wetter Thursday. Apologies about Tuesday evening stream, but the weather was just too adverse to be up here on the mound. A lot of rain and a lot of wind as well. But the tower in front of us there this evening. Thank you very much for joining us from East Midlands Aeropark again this evening. We'll next be live on Sunday for that anticipated fly past of the Red Arrows in celebration of East Midlands' 60th anniversary year. Now that fly past is subject to weather, so we'll be keeping an eagle eye on that. But the tower in front of us this evening, let's have a look a little further down if we can and pan out at the Apron. Number of flights still in with us over there this evening, and rumoured that the King's flight is also over on the DHL ramp, so we'll be keeping an eye out for that arriving into East Midlands earlier on today. But no information on that one just yet. First aircraft making its way out there in the service to Palma. The fly 4 on behalf of Chewy this evening, making its way down runway 27 now. Wind is very light this evening, very humid though out. A registration on this one, Echo India Foxtrot Delta 737-800. This one is 12 years of age, Irish registered. Making its way out. You see that sky above us, very ominous this evening, a lot of cloud around, so it is extremely humid as well. Let's try and get some of the there you go, get that light blocked out, and it goes banking to the left there. 1200 feet this one is at the minute, climbing up to 2,500 feet before making that call, passing off down to London control. There it goes, passing 2,000. And making that call now, leaving East Midlands airspace, making its way down towards the south, talking to London control. There it is, the first outbound of this evening's stream. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for watching live flight action live at East Midlands Airport this evening. If you've not done so already, do consider subscribing to the channel. Around every week from East Midlands, streaming at least twice a week, usually on Tuesday and Thursday evenings, but depending on what other traffic is in and out of the airfield. But this evening we'll be streaming, catching all of those arrivals as they make their way to us, and those departures as well. They're on a 737 on circuit, it looks like, this afternoon. Just touching down now. We'll see if this one continues its training for the afternoon, or whether it does indeed come to a full stop. The Airlogic 777 is also just about to turn final, and the Ryanair service in from Vraslav, that is just behind the 777. Sounds like the 73 is making its way out again. Now coming towards us. Now sounds like a reverse get my words out, reverse thrusters on that one. There it goes, completing its training for the day. Let's get a close-up look then as it makes its way onto the taxiway, vacating runway 27. Echo India Delta Papa Zulu, then the registration on that one. And the Vulcan Air starting up as well, just a couple hundred metres from the 737 in front of us. That one on the on its stand towards the maintenance area at the rear of the airfield. Nice close-up view of that one as it vacates off runway 27 this evening. So look where that 777 is then on final for runway 27. That one at 1800 feet now, making its way down towards us. 162 knots is the speed. Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Victor is its registration. And I'll keep up with the 737. 777 making its way in from Delhi this evening. Flight time 8 hours and about 49 minutes by the time it touches down. This one entering into service in November 2023. It's about 18 months old on this airframe, or 18 months of age should I say. That one will be making its way onto the apron just a few minutes time. So look in the distance before the 777 reaches us, and what else is on stand this evening? The Jet 2 in the distance there. And the Jet 2 on stand. Third Jet 2 with us, a Chewy in the background there. And on the Ryanair on the very end stand. Right in the distance there. So a quick look over on that DHL ramp then this evening. 757 right in front of us. That one with the colours over the engine, not going anywhere anytime soon. The 767s, of course, on stand there with us this evening. Lima Sierra on the very end one, and then the third 767 in a mountain bongos livery, waiting very patiently over there. We'll see what happens a little later on. But for the time being, 777 is making its way down towards us now. Just touching over the runway threshold. And Louise, good evening to you. Ryan as well, thank you very much for joining us. 777 then. A nice loud close-up view of that one this evening. Let's get some light back in that image. There we go. Very shiny as well. And hopefully the rain stays away from us this evening. It's quite a downpour a couple of hours ago, but everything seems to have dried up quite well. It's very humid out here now. But there it goes, making its way off runway 27 onto the taxiway. Let's see if this one makes its way out a little later on, usually returning back out to Leipzig. Yes, indeed. At about 5 to 7 this evening, that one will be making its way out. A quick hop back over to Leipzig this evening. Flight time of about 1 hour and 30 minutes. There it goes, vacating off of the taxiway onto the Apron this evening. We'll see how heavy we are with traffic this evening. Unfortunately, the past couple of weeks see the 747s in action. Not sure if anything is filed this evening. It didn't look like it when I checked this afternoon. So maybe it's just the usual entourage of cargo this evening. Making an earlier turn in onto the stand now. Usually see these on stand a little further up. There you go, making its way in. 777 in from Delhi this evening. Now as that one was taxiing, the Runway service here from Wrocław, making its way in to East Midlands this evening. Oops, a little bit too far. There we go. Making its way off of runway 27, heading down to the Apron this evening. Then registration Echo India Hotel Kilo 737 Max. Flight time of about 1 hour and 55 minutes. Just 2 years old this one. Delivered in 2023. And the ops team go down the runway. Now, sounds like that Vulcaner is making its way out. So look and get that Apron camera in action this evening. There you go, should be making an appearance from that direction, if it is indeed still on its way out. Stick with it for the time being. And we'll have a close-up look on the Apron as well. Service from Wrocław turning onto stand then. Let's see where this one indeed makes itself makes its way onto stand. we go right at the very front of the terminal there. Not much to be seen with that one for the time being. Everything will be happening on the opposite side. So have a look at the 777 then in the distance. We'll keep on the apron camera there in case that walking out does make its way out. Was pinging up a little earlier, but nothing since. That wind direction firmly maintaining its current heading, so it looks like we'll be on runway 27 for the rest of this evening. Wind may shift a little into the weekend, but we'll keep an eye on it. I think conditions are very much likely to be the same. Thank you very much. Knock that down a little bit. Got music with us this evening. There we go. Sort that out. Right, that should be sorted in a minute. Testing the systems for this weekend's event at the Aeropark, so we shall try and minimise as much of the music as we can so we don't get copyrighted. There you go, something a little bit different this evening. Hopefully not coming over too strong. I'll get that knocked down in a minute. Let's have a look over here in the distance then. We'll lose that airport cam. Oh, sorry, airport cam just for the time being. Get to on the stand in the distance then. So look at this evening's departures while we're having a quick look over on there. A320 in from Palma this evening, the louder A320 making its way in. That one slightly delayed, arriving about 25 past 6 this evening. Service in from Rome making its way towards us. That one should be with us at about 20 to 5. DHL service in from JFK arriving with us at about 6:30. Let's try and get some noise cancelling on there. There we go. Maybe a tiny little bit better. Drown some of that music out of the background. Right, there we go. DHL service in from Cincinnati arriving with us at 6:30, and the Aerologic 777 just before 7 p.m. The LBL service in from the Isle of Man just after 7 p.m. Runway service in from Limoges again just in after 7 p.m. That Maersk service in from Cologne doesn't look like it's going to materialise anytime soon on these streams, so probably just a blip on the radar. Right, let's mess around with this sound again. There we go. That background music should be all drowned out. Hopefully so anyway. Where were we then? Let's have a look back over in the distance. Triple 7 starting to be offloaded. That up cargo deck in use. Just moving that ancillary equipment in. Let's have a look at those arrivals a little later on then. The service in from Philadelphia just before 8 p.m. West Atlantic in from Aberdeen before 8:30, and that service in from Reykjavik, the DHL 757, just after 8:30 this evening. The Maersk in from Belfast just before 9:15 this evening, and probably ending around that, or with a service in from Edinburgh. That one is scheduled to arrive at about 9:05. In terms of departures this evening then, it doesn't look like that Vulcan 8 is coming out anytime soon, so we shall change our position, get that apron camera on over there. Have a look what else is making its way in and out over in that direction. For departures, the service bank out to Palma this evening, the Lauda A320, estimated at about 10 to 7. Service to Berlin at 6 p.m. and the 767 off to Bahrain. That one is scheduled to depart East Midlands at about 6:15 this evening, so within the next hour. Due service to Heraklion at 20 to 7, and the Airlogic 777, the one that is in front of us right now, back off to Leipzig at about 5 to 7 this evening. The Ryanair service to Barcelona at 7:30. Fingers crossed we end on the departure of the service to Cincinnati. That's the DHL 777 making its way out at 10 to 9 this evening, but for the time being, the pleasure of the 777 right in front of us, so thank you very much for joining us this evening. The Jet 2 service to Ibiza then, should have just been able to see that one to the bottom left of the screen. That one making its way out to Ibiza. Registration Golf Delta Romeo Tango Romeo. Let's pan around, catch that one as it prepares to depart East Midlands this evening then. There it is, pushing and pointing to the west. And good evening to everybody joining us in the chat. Thank you very much for being with us this evening. Jet 2 service to Ibiza in front of us now then. And that Ryanair trainer flight continuing to make its way in and out this evening on its first circuit, making its way back towards us. Just about to make a right hand turn onto final for runway 27. Right, all sorted. Thank you very much. Now that Vulcan is looking like it's making its way out. Picking up anyway on the radar. Have a look at that one in a few minutes if we can. I'm not too sure if the King's Flight is still with us this evening. It's supposed to be on the DHL ramp somewhere, and if it is, we'll have a perfect view of it. Can't see it down towards the JCB hangar, but it may be somewhere around there if it is still here at all. That Jet 2 service then started up there in the distance. And then we're on our training flight, making its way back out. There it goes. Dark skies ahead of it. There it goes, making a full circuit. Just about to turn onto that downwind leg. There you go, lost behind the trees. Triple 7 then continuing to be offloaded. And Vulcan is disappearing from the radar now, but that Jet 2 service to Ibiza is making its way down to runway 27 and a service to Lanzarote. That Ryanair service to Lanzarote starting up as well. Registration on the outbound to Lanzarote this evening at 9 Hotel Victor Juliet. That one up on screen there for you, just pushing off stand now. 737 MAX, this one again 2 years of age, June 2023, that one entered into service. Ryanair service in from Rome. That one is about 9 minutes out now, passing down through 8,700 feet. Ryanair service off to Lanzarote, just disappearing out of the way there. So let's switch back to the main camera, pan around, have a close-up view of that one if we can. There it is. See whereabouts this one pushes to then. Either the same spot as the Ibiza service was just a few minutes ago. I'll push to the rear of the Apron over there. Jet 2 service off to Ibiza then, making its way down runway 27. Pan in that direction and catch this one out. Registration again, Golf Delta Romeo Tango Romeo 737-800. This one 18 years of age, 2006. This one entered into service. Very smooth departure from runway 27 this evening. Let's get a close-up view as it makes its way up towards 2,500 feet before it hands off. (1,500 feet then on this one. 162 knots is the speed. Climb rate of about 2,000 feet per minute. There we go, just about there. 2,500 feet. That one leaving East Midlands Airspace then, handing off to London Control. making its way off to Ibiza this evening. So I look back on the Apron then, that Ryanair service off to Lanzarote. Whereabouts it gone now? There it is. We'll stay in this direction just for a few minutes. Bit of heat haze returning. A lot of the rain evaporating from earlier on. There you go. We shall try our best. Bring that in a little bit more focus if we can. There you go, that should do us for the time being. Ryanair service out to Lanzarote in front of us, and that training aircraft looks like it's about to make another touch and go. Goes. Continuing that climb out, turn to the right. Bit of a shallower turn out this time. Continuing a little further out, we will catch back up with that one. Assuming that one is returning at some point this evening. But in the distance then, there we go, service off to Lanzarote. There on the Apron, ready to make its way out. And that service in from Rome, passing down through 3,400 feet now. 186 knots is the speed. Registration on this one, 9 Hotel Quebec Echo Juliet 737-800. This one's 7 years of age, delivered in March 2018. So probably one of the newer 737-800 airframes in the fleet, but by no means the newest. Commencing its taxi out down towards runway 27 then, on our service off to Lanzarote. And there you go, bit of the sun making its way back to us. It's peeking through the cloud. Runway service in from Rome then, making its way over East League. A fire truck making its way back in this evening as well. Just disappearing off then. So look over on the DHR ramp. Sounds like the 767 is starting up. APU anyway. So very Ryanair heavy this evening. Bring up the Apron as well while we've got the chance. can see just a bit of movement underneath. Service to Bahrain. We'll be departing at about 6:15 this evening. Registration on the outbound Golf Delta Hotel Lima Juliet. Off to Bahrain. An aircraft directly in front or to the side of it, Lima Sierra, that registration ends in. That one is departing out to Leipzig at about 9:25 this evening. Keep an eye on that one for any movement. Quick sneak log under the 757. Bit of a better focus if we can. There we go. It's like the ATR just behind that airframe there. There we go, should be a bit of a better focus. Runner service in from Rome, then touching down this evening onto runway 27. There it goes. There we go, a dual view of the 737 there as it passes by. And that's service to Lanzarote, lining up on the centre line for runway 27. Power plugged in a minute, I think. Wait for the Lanzarote service to make its way out first, though. Away it goes. Making its way up through 1,800 feet now. About 2,500 feet. Space. When I service to Lanzarote there this evening. Service in from Rome, just pulling in onto stand. Catch that one this evening. So let's see first again this evening. That next to the jet to the Ryanair aircraft. Let's have a look at the departures for the next 30 minutes or so. Service to Venice then. Now we're going to estimate a departure time of 5:05 this evening. Now departing East Midlands at 6 p.m. Should join the service to Berlin. Registration on the outbound to Venice this evening. Echo India Hotel Kilo. He's a 737 MAX and to Berlin. 737-800 Main Hotel Quebec Echo Juliet. Aircraft right in the middle there, next to a Jet 2, also on stand. That one making its way out to Berlin at 6 p.m. this evening. Well, thank you very much for joining us from East Midlands, from the grounds of East Midlands Aeropark. Watching live flight action. Tom, and thank you very much for joining us. The other 777 still continuing to be offloaded then, about an hour and 10 minutes or so before that one is scheduled to depart back out of East Midlands. That one leaving, making its way to arriving into East Midlands from Delhi just a short while ago. Where was that power? Making its way out again. Steep climb over there. There it goes. Trees. Yeah, 777 let's get some power right into a couple of systems. That is a little bit better. To look further out there, the service in from Cincinnati, just reached the coast of Ireland there, making its way over towards Northern Ireland currently. Looks like that one is going to route north of Dublin and then making its way over there. Service in from JFK, that one too, making a very similar route, routing just indeed routing towards Galway at the minute, and making its way over to Ireland on a very similar path. Although they're challenging, making its way over from Cork. Should be with us in about 25 minutes time. Registration Golf Romeo Papa Juliet on that one. All black livery. See how that one looks close up. The services from the west anyway. The 777 in from Cincinnati with us in about 45 minutes, and that 767 in about 50 minutes. So not too much separating those this evening. The Lauda finally making its way up to us this evening, just east of Cherbourg. It looks like at the minute 38,000 feet. 9 Hotel Lima Oscar Quebec is the registration on the inbound. 474 miles is the speed on that one. 39 minutes is the estimated time endurance left on that flight this evening. So the next 35 to 40 minutes, that one should be landing in Wales. So look on the Apron camera then, just for the time being. So guys are getting busy and getting ready. offload the rest of the cargo from that 777. You know, thank you very much for dropping by. Good to see you again this evening. Looks like the majority of the rain skirted around us this evening. A bit of wind, just a gentle breeze, nothing too harsh. This evening. Very good to see everybody in the chat. Thank you very much for joining me this evening. Of course, open this Saturday and Sunday as well. We'll be down there streaming all the action. Live and close up. Fingers crossed, I feel like fly past on Sunday, so weather keeps changing in a couple of hours. It's a bit difficult to forecast. Not actually that far out, hopefully we'll see something. So we'll be here out on the estimated fly-over time. Isn't it 2:45 at 2:45 p.m. Sunday? It's this coming Sunday. So if you're not able to make it down to the aeropark, definitely tune in on the stream around and about somewhere. Aircraft making another touch and go, it looks like. A little bit darker over there. Stays in the distance, doesn't make its way towards us. So look over on the apron and back on the main camera. Service there. Forward side in. A little bit more action on the aircraft next to it though. Service to Menace, I believe. Alright, and then takes my barrels away. Forward sign in. Aircraft right on the end, that one off to Heraklion a little bit later. He's going to depart at about 20 to 7 this evening. So look, 6:40 is the estimated departure time for that one. So about an hour's time, that one will be making its way into the East Midlands as well. You can probably see that registration on our Golf Tango uniform Mike Foxtrot 737 Max-8. 6 years of age. regular visitor on our streams here at East Midlands. Informed a little earlier on. Joined us at the very start. The king's flight was somewhat over there. Okay, so far, just the Swift ATR, the very rear stand. As departed. Just like a 777 forward sign being. Further to the east then. Nothing at the minute making its way towards us. But that Challenger making its way in from Cork this evening. About 20 minutes out now. That is just over Rhyl in North Wales. Looks like he's going to make his way down towards Chester. Over towards Stoke-on-Trent, East Oxfordshire, and then the north of Derby, down towards the south of Nottingham, and then into East Midlands. That one is about 20 to 25 minutes away from us. Presumably make a sharp exit down towards the maintenance area. Hopefully the image quality is coming across as well as it can this evening. So the sunlight playing a few games with us. But not too bright, so it's still giving a really good reflection of the skin of that aircraft. Finish there on the outside. Unfortunately the overheads tonight possible to see. You can definitely hear them. The traffic making its way over to Manchester. And a training aircraft making a missed approach. Steep, slow climb, much higher than my landing capabilities, unfortunately. Passing right overhead. They allowed it in from this evening, about 30 minutes away then, making 2200. Hotel Lima Oscar Quebec is in registration on 18 years of age, entering into service in 2007. Helicopter joining us in the distance. So then, presumably, JCB helicopters. Go. Touchdown from the JCB there. This one as it continues its taxi down towards the hangar, the opposite end of the airfield. Bravo Charlie registration on that one. Since we've seen these out, 2 or 3 weeks since we saw the movement of these on the street. To the apron. Looks like a bit more movement on the 767 after Bahrain this evening. Comes to a stop on its stem. Safely back, there's any doors open there in the distance. Flies, so look at the 767. Someone starts to push back off stack. Jesse Center's team on making its way out down towards runway 27 now. Shot 767 as that one pushes and starts on the apron this evening. Making his way up towards us in the next few minutes. services. In the process of being checked. Let's hold up why that volume has dropped out so slightly. Let's try. There we go. Hopefully a little bit louder. 767 on its way out then. First that Jet 2 service off to Mahon. Just sneaking out there. We're back on the 767 now. There it is. Making its way down to the start of runway 27 then. 767 making its way out to Bahrain. Chewy 737 there, we should be seeing that one depart out in the next 40 minutes or so. And then those Ryanair services to Berlin and Venice. Hopefully very soon. So estimated departure time on those two services was 6 PM. Then we will lose that one just behind the fence line there. Let's have a quick check on those Ryanair services. Right, let's have a bit of a jig around. Looks like that training aircraft finally coming to a stop then. Safely off of runway 27. Darlington Park sounding very busy. And this one turning on to the remote stands. So not a lot of action on that one, I think, this evening. Just with the crew making their way off. But nevertheless, there it is, making its way in onto its stand. Oops, we can keep up with it. Nice, great view of that one. Making its way towards us, and the 767. Very steep climb out there. Did anticipate that one rolling a little further before rotating. There we go, safely making its way out runway 27 this evening from East Midlands. DHL 767 off to Bahrain, that one at 1600 feet. Okay, a number of turns as it heads down towards the south, passing through 3,500 feet. That one leaving East Midlands airspace. And away it continues. 4,200 feet on that one there. Now let's have a look back over on the Apron. Service to Berlin is pushing off stand. We'll come back to the training aircraft. Just got the ground crew there. They're just getting into place. Well, the service to Berlin. Pushing back towards the rear of the Apron, that one pointing towards the east. Hotel Quebec Echo Juliet is the registration on this one, 737-800. The next service to Venice will be making its way out very shortly then. First the service to Berlin in front of us, arriving onto runway 27, and that Bombardier Challenger in from Cork. 425 feet is the current altitude on that one. Golf Romeo Romeo Papa Juliet is its registration. Stay in this direction for the time being. Aircraft should be making its way down towards us in the next 10 to 20 seconds. Let's pan around and catch that one then. Arriving into East Midlands this evening. Berlin service there, making its way out. Stick with the Challenger though until that one disappears. Off it goes down towards the maintenance area. Runner service to Berlin then. Making its way a little further down the taxiway. Catch it with that one as it rotates past us in just a couple of minutes' time. That training aircraft right in front of us this evening. Just about to see the crew on the flight deck there. So not too sure of the movement on that one this evening. It may well be out again, or it may well be operating on a different route. Next out though, that runner service to Berlin. And we'll try and get that audio sorted out. Right, I'll mess around with that in just a little bit. I think the music earlier is messed up, unfortunately. Try and fix it though, best we can. Runway service off to Berlin, lining up on the centre line for runway 27 now. Shall pan around. There it goes, those engines making their way towards us then. Off it goes, passing up through 1,000 feet there. Let's get that back in frame. There it is, climbing away through 3,000 feet. On our service to Berlin this evening. Now the service to Venice should be joining it anytime soon. We shall keep an eye on that one though. Nothing pushing off stand just yet, so look background on the apron. There it is. Doesn't look like a lot of movement just yet. No, we'll keep an eye on that one. Training aircraft next to it. Those forward stairs coming out. And the flight crew emerging there. And let's have a look at those next inbounds. Lauda A320 in from Palmer. That one is on final for runway 27. 750 feet. is its current altitude. Let's take the 737 in front of us for the time being. No, not much movement on that one for the time being then. Well, let's pan around, catch the arrival of that Lauda A320. Flight time this evening then 2 hours 5 minutes as it starts to vacate runway 27. And back down towards the apron. And the Lauda is expected to depart a little later than its scheduled time this evening, owing to to being late on the arriving service in from Palma. Right, and I will reset in a minute. Ready to see the arrival of that 777 in from Cincinnati, and that service in from Kennedy shouldn't be too far behind either. The Kennedy service about 15 minutes away, and the Cincinnati service about 7 minutes away from us now. Triple seven out to Leipzig. It's the Aerologic 777. Should be making its way out in the next 30 minutes or so. Looks like there's not a lot more to come off that aircraft. Maybe a bit more to go on. So nothing much on the ground for the time being. The fueling truck is in place. Ground crew there awaiting the arrival of the Lauda A320. There we go, a lot of people around to receive that aircraft this evening. 777 is the next inbound though. 6,200 feet is the current altitude. 260 knots is its current speed. Golf Delta Hotel and Lima Yankee is the registration. This one making its way in from Cincinnati. Flight time, by the time it touches down, just over 6 hours and 50 minutes this evening. And the same for the 767 in from Kennedy, registration Golf Delta Hotel Lima Echo, 12,200 feet, current altitude 330 knots is the current speed. Flight time this evening will be around 6 hours and 12 minutes by the time it touches down into East Midlands. All the ground crew there getting into place on the A320. The rear stairs just been brought towards the aircraft now, stopping short there. Jamie Allen, thank you very much for that super chat this evening. Thank you very much for joining us. Glad to have you with us. Hope you're enjoying the stream this evening. Thank you very much for supporting us. The Vulcan Air pinging up once again, and we'll see if it does indeed make its way out anytime soon. Let's just have a quick look underneath the 757 in front of us. Just the ops car there. Not much action over there for the time being at the Lauda. Firmly in front of us for the time being though. Let's get an estimated departure time on that one. Average delay of about 55 minutes now at East Midlands. Not too long on the ground for the Lauda. Estimated departure time, or current estimated departure time, is 6:50 PM. So within the next 30 minutes, that one should be all loaded up and off on its way again, back down to Palma this evening. 777 from Cincinnati, just about to turn on to final low. 2,800 feet is the current altitude. And the Kennedy service quickly making its way down towards us, just north of Derby now, making its way down towards the south of Nottingham before making that right hand turn onto final for runway 27. We're good to have you with us this evening, and thank you very much for joining the stream. There's passengers making their way off of that aircraft now then. Sky turning a little grey in the distance. Looking a bit more bright towards the south and over towards the west Very much a different story to what is currently in front of us. A bit brighter over there, cloud a bit more scattered. For the time being, no rain, so managing to keep dry. 1,300 feet then on the 777 in from Cincinnati. That one will be with us in the next 2 or 3 minutes. And within the next 5 minutes, that service in from JFK. Passing down through 4,000 feet now. That one just making its way over the city centre of Nottingham. Let's have one last quick look then at the progress of that 777 this evening. There it is. Last of the cargo making its way on board then. That one should be departing out within the next 30 minutes or so. About 5 to 7 was the estimated departure time on the Aerologic back over to Leipzig this evening. That airframe making its way in from Delhi at the start of the stream. Touching down onto runway 27, that service in from Cincinnati. Let's pan around, catch the 777 as it makes its way towards us. There it is. Fairly silently making its way towards us. There you go, a very shiny aircraft indeed. Flight time then 6 hours and 53 minutes. Let's watch those speed brakes go down. You see the reflection of the taxiway there, the skin of the aircraft. The sun just peeking through as it vacates runway 27. Follow this one on to stand then for the time being as we await the arrival of that service in from Kennedy. Watch team there going a little bit quicker than the 777. And that service in from Kennedy on final now. 1,900 feet. Is its current altitude. Triple 7 in front of us and 3 years old. 3.5 years old actually, delivered in January 2022. 767 making its way from Kennedy. A little older, 15 years of age, July 2009 that one first entered into service. finalising that turn onto its stand then for the evening. Just in time for us to catch the arrival of that 767. The Vulcan Air sneaking out in the distance then. Let's pan around, catch that one as it makes its way out. Again, we'll stay in this distance, we'll stay in this direction for the time being. That 767 is just crossing the runway threshold. .767 then. Catch up with the Vulcan Air in a few minutes. There we go. Flight time of 6 hours and 11 minutes. Squeaky brakes on that one. Safely navigating runway 27 then. Making its way onto the taxiway. Let's see which way this one turns. Making a right hand turn down towards the JCB hangar. Vulcan Air just holding, waiting for some of that wake turbulence to clear before entering the runway. Hopefully try and get a good closer view of the Vulcan Air as it passes by. You see just about when it rotates there, might be quite a rapid climb out. Maybe a very shallow and gradual climb out. What we'll hope for. Over the 767 then, taking the same route as the 777. And the Vulcan Air making its way down towards us. Let's set up in preparation for hopefully catching this one. There it goes. The weather in front of that. Very shallow climb out there, starting its turn toward the north. Just under 800 feet is the current altitude. You can just about see it against the dark cloud. There we go, a little bit brighter. way that one goes off on operation this evening. Should hopefully see that one back a little later. Well, let's catch up with a 767 in the distance. There it is. And that Chewy service off to Heraklion. That one is also starting and pushing. Stick with a 767 just until it comes to a stop on its stand. I'll go over and have a look at the Chewy service. There it is, safely coming to a stop. Let's have a look on the main apron then. There it is, just about to complete that pushback. Golf Tango Uniform Mike Foxtrot is a registration on this one, 737 MAX, 6 years of age, February 2019. This one entered into service. Right, well that one prepares to start up and start its taxi down towards the runway. Let's bring up those two DHL aircraft making their way in this evening. 777 already starting to offload. Wind is definitely picking up a little bit now. Still nice and warm, although a little bit humid. RVL service in from the Isle of Man making its way towards us now. 9,000 feet is the current altitude on that one. 223 knots is its current speed. And Ryanair service in from Limoges. That one is about an hour away from us, departing about 15 minutes ago. That RVL service, sorry, should be with us in the next 25 to 30 minutes. Just about to make its way over Liverpool Bay, making a very similar approach to those two services in front of us. Just in the process of offloading now. That service in from Cincinnati and of course JFK this evening. Seven making its way over from Leipzig. Registration Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Juliet. That one is at 34,000 feet, just entering into the Netherlands there. That one is around 45 to 50 minutes away. 448 knots is the current speed on that one. Let's have a look if we can on the loudest service then. There we go. Looks like those first passengers are starting to make their way out. Looks like only one staircase in operation at the minute. Everybody's making their way towards the rear of the aircraft, nobody stopping by the front. And that Kennedy service there then, to the bottom left hand of the screen. Crew there just making their way out the flight deck, see if we can get a little bit closer. There we go, ground crew making their way up. Flight crew there to greet them out the door. Let's move it down a little bit further. There it is. Forward cargo door starting to open up as well. The sky definitely turning a little bit darker now. And the wind definitely picking up as well. Thank you for joining us this evening from East Midlands, and the Chewy off to Heraklion there, making its way out onto the taxiway. Just a quick hop down to the start of 27 then. Hopefully not too long before the Lauda follows the same track. That one still with an estimated departure time of 10 to 7 this evening. Unless everybody gets the skates on and takes their seats. I think this one may be a little bit more delayed this evening. Still a lot of people to make their way on board of that aircraft this evening. Bit of congestion on the stair there. 777 off to Leipzig. It is all closed up now. Let's take you around to that one if we can on the secondary camera. There it is. Let's get a little bit more pointed down. So that one with an estimated departure time of 5 to 7 this evening. Still a few minutes to go before that one pushes back. Everything all firmly closed up. Hopefully in the next few minutes, some movement on that one then. A Chewy service off to Heraklion, reaching the end of the taxiway, just about to start its turn on to runway 27. We should see that one in the next couple of minutes. Looks like those final passengers just making their way on to the Lauda there. See if that one can maintain its 10 to 7 slot. There it goes, starting to push the Aerologic 777, making its way off of its stand now. I shall switch back to the louder in a minute. Let's get back on the main camera and get a good close-up view. There it is, over the 777, making its way out to Leipzig this evening. Not too long before we see its counterpart arriving to East Midlands. That one about 40 minutes out now, just about to leave the coast of the Netherlands, making its way towards us. Let's leave the 777 just for a minute. The Chewy is on its way. It goes. Quite a shallow departure as well. Passing through 800 feet. Still climbing out, very shallow this evening, just 1400 feet. Both engines on the 777 starting up. There we go, still not at 2000 feet yet, 1850, almost there. There we go, just breaching 2,000 feet. I shall leave that one as it continues to climb out then this evening. The 777 in front of us. Just about making out the flight crew there. Everything in detached. Dispatcher moving out of the way, and that one should be starting to commence its taxi in just a few seconds. So just disappearing off the radar, but there it is, starting to commence its taxi. Oops. Just got a little bit less locked off. There we go. continuing its taxi down to the start of 27 then. Logic 777. Sunlight just catching on the clouds in the background there, down towards the south. The louder looking a bit more prepared to make its way out as well. Thank you. Leave the 777 there for the time being, as that one is just about to move out of sight behind the fence there. So look at the louder. Tug is in place, so hopefully pushing any time soon. So look what's making its way in from the south, and that Ryanair service from Limoges, about 40 minutes out now, and that 777 making its way in from Leipzig, about 35 minutes away. The routing has changed, now routing from the south. We have seen the past few weeks the route right up to around the Hull area and down to Sheffield, down the M1 into East Midlands, but looking like they're taking a bit more of a conventional route in this evening, making land around Chelmsford and then making their way up from there. Logic still continuing its taxi, so it didn't look too heavily laden this evening, so we shall see which holding point it enters from. Looks like it's continuing down towards the start of runway 27, so just a few more seconds until it reaches the holding point there. The RVL here from the Isle of Man though is about 15 minutes away. That one just north of Leek at the minute. EPS service in from Philadelphia with about an hour left to run. That one still quite away from reaching the coast of Ireland. 35,000 feet is the current speed on that one, 35,000 is the current altitude, 508 knots is the current speed. And as I say, about an hour's time that one should be with us. 757 in from Reykjavik, that one is about an hour and 25 minutes away, 37,000 feet is the altitude on that one, 424 knots is its speed. The louder then, as you can see there, pushing off stand. 777 turning on to runway 27. Let's pan around just a little bit there. A320 pushes back on stand. That 777 is making its way down towards us. very steep departure there. Rotating very early. Safely making its way out. 1,500 feet is its current altitude. (2,800 feet per minute is the vertical speed on this one. Starting that left-hand turn down towards the south then. And already quite some altitude on that one. Passing through 3,800 feet now then. There it goes, heading up towards 5,000 feet. And off into that very ominous looking sky there. Straight off into the clouds. The louder A320 at the rear of the stand then. And that's service to Tenerife, Venice. Not Tenerife. Service to Venice, finally pushing as well. Let's have a look. There it is, making its way out. Mark, good evening to you. Thank you very much for joining us. Good to see you in the chat again. And to everybody else joining us as well. Emma, good evening to you. Going to a stop then, ready to start up its engines and start taxiing down to runway 27. That's service to Venice in front of us. The louder making its way towards the taxiway then. So a little bit of a delay to the inbound and outbound for this one. Now safely on its way down towards the start of runway 27. Shortly to be followed by that Ryanair service out to Venice. We'll stick with the Lauda just for a couple of minutes until that disappears off. And there it definitely disappears. We'll see that in just a couple of minutes. Let's have a look at that service to Venice then. Just in the distance there, behind the Jet 2 buses. And the wind dropping off just a little bit as well, bringing some of that warmth back. With the Ryanair should be moving off in the distance in the next few minutes. The Lauda just about to reach the end of the taxiway there before turning on to 27. We'll see if that one does depart first. The RVL here from the Isle of Man just south of Nottingham now at 3,900 feet. Should extend its approach a little further, giving way to the Lauda. And the Ryanair service should be making its way out following the departure of that A320. Now we'll see just how far down the Lauda rotates. Hopefully not too early. With the Aerologic in from Leipzig at 30,000 feet now, just south of Chelmsford. That one should be with us in about 20 minutes. The Lauda on the centre line. No movement on the Venice service in front of us just for the time being. But the Lauda is making its way towards us. Goes off into a very grey sky. 1,400 feet, making its way up to 1,500 now. 152 knots is its climb out speed, just over 2,000 feet per minute. goes. Weather a little brighter towards the south. Cloud parting a little bit. Bit of blue sky peeking through. 3,600 feet, leaving East Midlands airspace. Talking to London Control now. The Lauda A320 making its way out of East Midlands, off to Palma this evening. And if we quickly spin around, you should just catch that Ryanair 737 making its way out down to the start of 27. That's a service off to Venice this evening. Catch back up with that one in a minute. The RVL in from the Isle of Man is also making its way down towards us. Let's have a look in the distance though at the 777 and the 767. There you go, services in from Cincinnati and Kennedy. See under the wing there. Having a quick check before they start refueling. Let's have a look around on the 777. Cargo still making its way off. So it looks like the Ryanair will be giving way to the arriving service in from the Isle of Man. That one is just over East Leek at the minute at 1,900 feet. And the Vulcan Air we saw departing about 35 minutes ago now, where is over Doncaster at the minute. So probably a little while before we see that one returning towards East Midlands. Just 20 minutes or so then before that arriving 777 here from Leipzig is on the ground with us. That one is making its way towards Milton Keynes, just south of Luton at the minute. Already starting its descent into East Midlands. 22,000 feet is its current altitude, 410 knots is its speed. Flight time this evening from Leipzig, just over an hour and 30 minutes. And about 15 minutes behind that, the Ryanair service in from Limoges. That one is at 28,000 feet, 396 knots is its speed. 30 minutes and that one should be with us. Looks like the Ryanair is making its way onto the runway a little earlier, starting its takeoff roll towards us, sneaking in just before the RVL lands. Here we go. Looking very shiny as it makes its way out. Passing through 800 feet. (2,600 feet then, leaving East Midlands airspace to a bit of a clearer sky. If we pan out ever so slightly, There you go, looking a little bit better towards the south. 737, still climbing away. There he goes, safely departing East Midlands off out to Venice, and the RVL caravan here from the Isle of Man just touching down. That one disappearing off radar. Flight time of about 40 minutes this evening. We shall stick with this one as it makes its way on the taxiway to its usual stand over on the DHL apron. Have a look at those next arrivals and departures as well in a minute. There he goes, off towards his usual stand. Ground crew just in front of that one, waiting for it to turn onto stand. 777 then, about 15 minutes away from us now. Wind picking up again. There he goes. Coming to a firm stop there. Ground crew just to the front of the aircraft, waiting for those propellers to feather out. Thanks for everybody's support on the stream this evening. It's good to have you with us. Thank you very much for joining us again. Apologies that we didn't make out on Tuesday this week, but the weather was just too much of a struggle. So the on and off rain for the majority of the day, coupled with the very high winds, especially here on the mound, make it very challenging indeed to keep everything tied down safely. So making the best call and sticking with Thursday's stream, but of course we're out on Sunday as well this week, live again for the anniversary weekend of the airport. Hopefully, fingers crossed, with the weather we will get the Royal Air Force flypasts, one of which being the Red Arrows flypast making its way over the head, out over top of us where we are this evening. But that will be weather permitting, of course. Try and keep you updated as possible as we can on that. The weather forecast seems to be changing quite a bit. It has over the past couple of days anyway. So we will keep an eye on it. Of course, if you're not able to make it down to the aeropark at the weekend, catch us on the stream. The stream is already live, so head over there, give it a like. If you've not already done so, do consider subscribing as well to keep updated with all our latest streams and notifications. Thank you to everybody who has done so already, helping the channel to grow from where it was just a few months ago to a growing community. So thank you everybody for being part of that this evening, and for your support over the past few weeks and months as well, and of course to all of our members as well. Thank you very much for your continued support, and those that have gifted super chats this evening, thank you very much for supporting the channel. Triple seven, about 6 minutes or so away from us now, and just north of Leicester. Cargo coming off of that caravan there then. A lot of people involved in offloading such a small aircraft. But just a few minutes then until we see that 777 arrive in with us. That Ryanair service here from Limoges isn't too far away either, about 20 minutes now, just south of Milton Keynes. That one is passing down through 19,500 feet now. By the 777 passing down through 5,000 feet. 239 knots is its current speed. Just about to start a left-hand turn onto final approach for runway 27. That one is just west of Melton Mowbray at the minute. Not too sure if we'll be able to spot any of the overheads this evening, but the cloud is clearing ever so slightly right above us, coincidentally. So I'll keep a lookout, see if anything is making its way over. Atari 787 It is quite close, just south of Shapshed at the minute. So if we can, we'll try and sneak a view of that one before the 777 arrives in with us. That is indeed just starting its turn on to final now. If we can, just get the Qatari. There it is. Making its way into Manchester this evening. So everywhere else around us is pretty much grey at the minute. Patch of blue sky opening up. There it is then, right overhead of us this evening. The Qatari 787 making its way into Manchester. Apron pretty much quiet over there now. Right now 737 in from Limoges will be the next active aircraft to enter the apron. Good job of managed to catch the Qatari. A lot of grey cloud right behind us that has just disappeared into. That 777 making its way down, then 2,000 feet is the altitude that it's passing through. So one last look. The RVL caravan over there. Looks like everything is off of that one now. Might work with a lot of people to offload that one. "16 years of age then is the age of the approaching 777, entering into service in May 2009. Flight time this evening around an hour and 25 minutes by the time it touches down. And registration Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Juliet is a registration. So this one has been on quite a trip over from Shanghai into Leipzig. Arriving this afternoon and then making its way over from Leipzig into East Midlands this evening. It goes just over Kegworth now. So one last look at the 777 before it's greeted on stand by its counterpart. Well, a lot of cloud right in the distance this evening. I think maybe a bit of rain on its way as well. It's very ominous in the distance. With the 777 passing over the M1 then. And the runway threshold. Let's have a pan around. As we anticipate the arrival of that 777 in from Leipzig. Comes with a bit of speed as well. Looking very shiny indeed then. Wing not looking as shiny. With a bit of a wash. Now weather is vacating off of runway 27 onto the taxiway. Stick with this one just for a few minutes then. Check on that service in from Limoges as well. Just a minute. And then we'll check on the progress of that 767 making its way in from Philadelphia. There's the UPS 767. And the 757 making its way down from Reykjavik this evening. Service in from Limoges then, just over Leicester. Now on about 5 minutes or so away. And the 767 in from Philadelphia. That one is over the Irish Sea now. Leaving the coast of Ireland just a few minutes ago. That one has around 30 minutes left to run. Still at 35,000 feet, 500 knots is its speed. Registration on the inbound, November 341, Uniform Papa. 15 years of age on that airframe, entering service in July 2010. And there it is, coming to a stop. The Aerologic 777 in from Leipzig this evening. Next aircraft inbound then is that Ryanair service from Limoges. Wow. Not aircraft related, but flying. The biggest swarm of flying ants. Literally thousands. Blooming heck. I thought there was dust on my glasses, but kid you not, there's thousands of them. Right, I hope they stay above me anyway, not start congregating around me. Stay where they are for the time being. Anyway, back onto the bigger flying objects in front of us. 777 then in on stand. The ground crew moving into place. The chocks under the gears there. The gear, should I say, not gears. So hopefully you can make it down over the weekend. If not, check out the stream. Sunday's stream is already scheduled. So if you've not already done so, head over there, give it a thumbs up. We'll hopefully catch you on Sunday. We're still out for a little longer yet this evening. But if you're making your way down over the weekend, check out the latest information from the Aeropark and the airport itself on their respective social media pages. The parking arrangements have changed over the weekend, so do be aware that the main car park for the Aeropark is primarily for blue badge holders only. There are additional parking facilities at the very end of Deesworth Road, just off of where the crash gate is. You'll have to make your way all the way to the end, and there'll be people there marshalling you into the appropriate spaces, but do be aware that the parking arrangements have changed for the weekend, so don't get caught out. Especially don't get caught out on the grass verges. If you're planning to park on the grass verges, there'll be some quite disappointed people, I think, if that camera car comes round and catches you. There's ample space just off of Deesworth Road, though, in one of the fields at the airport is kindly marshalling over the weekend, so look out for all the appropriate information and make your way to the appropriate car park. Yeah, just be aware that that red route around the airport will likely be heavily monitored, so don't get caught out and land yourself with a fine trying to get a good view. Let's try and get a little bit more light in then. Now that sun has fortunately left us. That ran our service in from Limoges on final approach for runway 27. At least the birds are making use of the ants anyway. A big gust of wind to move them on. So look at the Aerologic 777 then at the on the adjacent stand. So they're just about to start opening that rear cargo door. And the next arrival is just a few minutes off, passing down through 600 feet now. They're on our service in from Limoges. Echo India. Echo November, November. Here's the registration on this one, 737-800. This one is 14 and a half years old, entering in service in January 2011. Looking down from the north, the West Atlantic, 737 is making its way in from Aberdeen. That one with about 35 minutes left to run. UPS service in from Philadelphia with about 20 or so minutes. And that's 757 making its way in from Reykjavik with about 50 minutes left to run this evening. 757 making its way down towards Fort William now. Looks like that one is going to route down towards Glasgow. Down towards Manchester before making it over to East Midlands. There are in from Limoges in front of us now, though. Safely vacating from runway 27 onto the taxiway then. Wind finally picking up, shifting those insects then. Definitely turning a little bit colder now. Not so fortunate with a cloud as well. It's a bit of blue sky that we had. Unfortunately covered over by a cloud now. We'll stick with the Rhino though as it makes its way onto stand. There it goes. Get off. Thank you. There it goes then. Safely onto stand this evening. That Rhino service in from the Moj. Now this one should be departing out again. To Barcelona this evening in the next 30 minutes or so. Estimated departure time is 8 p.m. It's inevitably going to take a little longer than 15 or 16 minutes to get that one offloaded and get everything back on its way again. So likely after 8 p.m. we'll see the departure of the 737 in front of us, and it will be the second to last departure. Service to Cincinnati, the 777, just at the side of the Aerologic. Is scheduled to make its way out to Cincinnati this evening. Bring that one up on screen if we can. There we go. Bring that Rhino a little further across and down. There it goes. Both of them in view now. So the 777 in front of us is expected to make its way out a little later on then, towards the end of this evening's stream, hopefully within the next hour or so. And the UPS 767 is about 20 minutes out, making its way down through 21,000 feet now. 411 knots is the speed. That one is just south of Chester. Everywhere. Right, let's get this. Stairs in place now then. and those first passengers should be emerging anytime soon. Triple 7 continuing to be loaded this evening. Now we have a look across at the Aerologic 777 on the adjacent stand. Pan across, so carefully. There we go, one more. There it is. That one also currently being worked on. So the Ryanair aircraft in front of us will be making its way out to Leipzig. Not Leipzig, sorry. Barcelona. At Leipzig, am I looking at the 777s in front of us? Making its way out to Barcelona this evening. Hopefully in the next 30 minutes or so. Shall keep an eye on that one. It's a little late arriving into East Midlands this evening, having a knock-on effect on its outward journey. Hopefully not too much of a delay for those passengers. Looks like those first passengers then are making their way off of that Limoges service. Rain may well start in to be heading our way. Hopefully staying off for as long as it can though. But thank you again for being with us this evening from East Midlands Airport. It's our first stream of the week. Fortunately, not being able to make it out on Tuesday evening because of the weather. So making up with it for this evening's stream. Sorry, instead. But waiting on that next arrival of the UPS 767. That one is inbound to us from Philadelphia this evening. And shouldn't be too far away from us at all. So look on the radar, just about set on where that one is. About 12 minutes out now, making its way just west of Ashbourne. And a Ryanair aircraft here in front of us already pinging up as its outbound flight to Barcelona. So they must be getting prepared to make a rapid exit with that service this evening. Right, I think I shall get a jacket on in a minute. It's starting to turn just a little cold. So it looks like it's going to be quite unsettled over the next few days. Majority of that bad weather in the earlier hours of Friday, Saturday and Sunday, it looks like at the minute. It looks like Sunday afternoon, current forecast anyway, it'll be a bit overcast with a few sunny spells. So there is hope yet. But temperatures around where they are now were about 22 degrees. So not the warmest, not the coldest either. Less than 10 minutes then for that UPS 767 making its way here from Philadelphia, just north of Derby now, passing down through 8,000 feet. Let's get the levels of everything checked. Everything is in the green. Hopefully so anyway. Perfect. So, hope you've enjoyed this evening's stream so far. Thursday evening traffic seems to be a little bit quieter this week, but still a good variety of aircraft over on the DHL Apron over there, as we await the arrival of that next service. The Vulcan Air still out on operation. That one's been gone for about an hour and 20 minutes now. So we'll see if we see that one arriving back into East Midlands at some point before we finish this evening. But the West Atlantic 737 is making its way down towards us. That should be the next arrival after the UPS 767. About 20 minutes out. The Maersk service in from Belfast. That's about 30 minutes out. That'll follow the West Atlantic 737 and the DHL 757 in from Reykjavik. That one should follow the Maersk. That one is about 38 minutes out now. Still at 37,000 feet. Still some distance to run. 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 Still hopefully a few more of the scheduled passenger services on Sunday though. I think Sunday is tipped to be the start of the busiest day of the year so far for the airport, as the school holidays start to come into effect, and of course everybody wanting to get away, so I think Sunday will be the start of the busy summer period, or at least a ramp up of the summer anyway. Let's just have a quick pan across. 737, that was on training flights earlier. Forward door just open at the minute. It's like maybe just the engineering team over there. Nothing too much going on. Just see them in and out of the flight deck there. Quite a good view, right of the right in there, that forward door. Right, let's definitely get a jacket on now. It's turning just a little bit too cold. So that humidity that was around earlier has since disappeared, and disappeared quite quickly. So look back round on the service to Barcelona then. Looks like those first passengers making their way on board, so not a very long stop for this one on the ground. Literally is chucking everybody off, getting everybody back on, and making its way out again. The 767 in from Philadelphia is the next aircraft to arrive with us though. Just about to make a right hand turn onto the final approach for runway 27. 3,200 feet is its current altitude, making its way down towards us. 193 knots is its speed. About 2 or 3 minutes out. This one will land in and vacate before heading back down towards the start of runway 27, where the UPS facilities are located. I don't think we'll be as fortunate catching this one up close and in front of us. We'll have a great vantage point nevertheless. Local wildlife with us as well this evening, making use of all those creatures in the grass. Back to the big metal bird in front of us though. Looks like those passengers are just waiting on that rear stair. And the 767 passing down through 2,000 feet now. but good to see everybody again this evening. Thank you very much for being with us. So we should have a number of arrivals making their way in the next 30 minutes. The West Atlantic 737 is about 10 minutes out now. That one is just over the Peak District at the minute, making its way down towards Bakewell. And the Maersk 767 about 25 minutes out, 35 for the 757 in from Reykjavik. Next aircraft inbound is that 767. Looking a bit clearer towards the west now. Cloud seems to be thinning out ever so slightly. Another blue sky heading our way, so hopefully a lot of this cloud gets the shift on. Brings a bit more light into this evening's stream. 767 though, over the M1. And the runway threshold just touching down in the distance. That should be with us in the next 10 to 20 seconds. Just lose the 777 there. Pan around in anticipation of receiving the 767. Definitely hear it. There it is. Perfect close-up view of that one this evening. And the quality is coming over on the stream just as it is in person here. Very quiet arrival for the 767 there as it taxis off, makes its way back down towards the UPS facilities. Passengers still boarding on the Ryanair to Barcelona there. And there it goes, disappearing away down the other end of the airfield. Now let's have a look for that next arrival, the West Atlantic, just north of Nottingham now, about 5 minutes out. 7,300 feet is the current altitude on that one. Registration of the inbound this evening, Golf Juliet Mike Charlie Hotel. That one is 33 years of age. 767 just about to turn there. There it is, making its way onto the apron and onto its stand for the evening. Let's have a look in the distance then at the progress on that service to Barcelona. Looks like that rear star has been moved out of the way. Hopefully will be on its way in the next few minutes. Hopefully it's pushing back. Let's just check on the 737 that's been on training exercises today. Looks like the pilot there checking all of those flight services, so that may well be making its way out at some point. So the engineering team around the aircraft though for the time being. That may just be the ground team there, in fact. Having a look underneath. Looks like they may be spending a bit more time working on that aircraft yet than this evening. Looks like he was doing some pre-flight checks on there, but looks like he's just doing a bit of walk around. Having a look at the structure underneath. Good general check to make sure everything is as it should be. Nothing on the Barcelona service just yet. So the APU is started, so there is some life. That next inbound then from Aberdeen is about 4 minutes out, taking a bit of an extended approach into East Midlands this evening, but finally making that right hand turn onto the approach path for runway 27 this evening. Flight time just shy of 50 minutes in from Aberdeen. And a Maersk 767 is about 15 minutes out now. That one making its way down through 24,700 feet. And the 757 in from Reykjavik, that one at 27,000 feet, 25 minutes out on that one. We shall stick with the Ryanair just for the time being. Little lower on that one, and we shall bring the 777 back into view. That is currently still being worked on, that cargo making its way off. Well, at least we've still got a bit of light with us this evening, shining off the vertical stabiliser there of the 737 in front of us. Hopefully, if that cloud passes over a little bit further, in the next 20 minutes or so, get a bit more shine on those aircraft skins this evening. If we just zoom out a minute, see the weather in front of us this evening, just above the tower there as well. Quite a dark band of cloud, looking a bit more clear towards the south. Lots of different colours in the sky this evening though. There you go, that blue sky shining through in the distance there, just over the DHL hangar as well. Hopefully a lot of the cloud above us starts to shift towards the east. The wind is definitely picking up, so that may well be the case, but we shall find out anyway. Let's get focused back here on that. There we go, bring that to a nice sharp image. And there we go, pushing back. Just as the West Atlantic is making its way in. Now we're over Kegworth now. Just a couple of minutes from being in front of us. It looks like in the distance a lot of work still going on with the 777 there. So we'll see if that one indeed makes its time slot or not. But for the time being though, 737-400 is just about to touch down, making its way over the M1. And the Vulcan Air looks like it's making its way back down towards us as well, with the West Atlantic in next, followed by the Maersk 767 and the DHL 757. The Ryanair 737 in front of us off to Barcelona this evening. She'll be commencing its taxi imminently. That chug moving out of the way, so in the next few minutes should be starting to make its way out. Let's pan in this direction though and catch the arrival of that 737 in from Aberdeen. DPS 767 there in from Philadelphia. One of its lower and upper cargo doors open. There it is, a very fitting grey livery for the sky above it this evening. The West Atlantic service in from Aberdeen. Flight time of 50 minutes this evening. That reverse thruster is still deployed as well as it taxis off. Stay with the West Atlantic then as it makes its way towards its stand. It should pull on to stand just behind the RVL caravan we saw arriving from the Isle of Man a little earlier. Let's get a bit more focused on that aircraft though. There we go. bit more power to get it up and over that dip there in the taxiway. There it is, safely vacating onto the apron. Well, looking very shiny after all. Runway service to Barcelona, starting its taxi down towards the start of runway 27. Watch the West Atlantic turn onto stand. A little bit further. There it goes, firmly coming to a stop. Let's try and quickly pan round and catch the Ryanair in the distance. There it goes, making its way down towards the UPS 767. That'll be the next departure on this evening stream. It's turning very dark above me at the minute. The Maersk 767 isn't too far out, just east of Derby now. 7,800 feet is its current altitude, 286 knots is its speed. Let's get back on the West Atlantic. Ground crew there moving into position. The Maersk 767 making its way towards us then. 38 years of age. Entering into service in 1986. That's where the 6 came from. Registration Oscar Yankee Sierra Romeo Golf. Flight time from Belfast just shy of 40 minutes. So thank you very much for watching us this evening from East Midlands Airport with live flight action. If you've not already done so, do consider subscribing for more up close action like this. We're out here every week, at least twice a week. And of course, weather permitting, it's a little bit too dangerous when it gets windy up here to get everything safely tied down, but we try and make it out a couple of times a week at least. So do consider subscribing to the channel, joining our community of like-minded enthusiasts. And don't forget, we're out here on Sunday as well for the airport's 60th anniversary weekend. So if you're not already done so, hit that like button on Sunday's stream. If you go through to the channel page, that should be on there somewhere. Give it a like and a share as well. Let's really give the channel a push this weekend. They're on air to Barcelona, just holding short of runway 27. Looks like the Maersk is going to extend its approach a little further. So hopefully that Ryanair makes it on any time soon, unless it is holding short for anything not evident on the radar. Doesn't look like it for the time being. That forward stair being moved into place on the West Atlantic, then ready to let the crew off this evening. There we go, bit of a sneak view inside of the West Atlantic 737 there. Right, lining up on runway 27 then, just about to make it onto the centre line there. And the Maersk 767 not too far behind that. The DHL 757 should be the next in after the Maersk 767. And the Vulcan Air is making its way back down towards us now as well. 1,600 feet on that one. It's been out just shy of an hour and 50 minutes. But if it is making its way back into East Midlands, it will likely be either just before or after the arriving 757. Service to Barcelona though. Next to depart East Midlands. There it goes, safely climbing out. 1,300 feet is the current altitude. About 1,800 feet is the vertical speed on this one. Just over 2,000 feet per minute. There we go, that one making it through 3,000 feet now. And leaving East Midlands airspace. Hopefully too much bluer skies above it. See the cloud just parting there. And off it goes. 4,000 feet is that one's current altitude. Safely climbing away out of East Midlands. There you go, the Aerologic 777 right in front of us. That one still being worked on, having made its way here from Leipzig just a short while ago. The Maersk 767 is the next inbound. That one is over Kegworth now. 600 feet is passing through, making its way over the M1. There we go, a few lights on the Ryanair 737 in front of us. No movement on that jet aircraft this evening. Those lower cargo doors are open though. Look a little further around then and catch that 767 in from Belfast this evening. Now this one will likely vacate at Mike, same as a 767 prior to it did, and it'll make its way down in the very same direction. Safely vacating off then. 757 taking an extended approach down towards the south. That one is just north of Leicester now, making its way back up towards East Midlands. And the Vulcan Air looks like that one will be the next aircraft to make very short final. Stick with the Maersk though as it makes its way back down towards the UPS facilities. Off it goes then, almost there. Stick in this direction for just a couple of minutes then as the Vulcan Air makes its way in just over the M1. Should be touching down any minute. Take this one a little longer to get up to where we are, vacating around the same point. Of course, being a much smaller aircraft. Just disappear ever so slightly in the runway. We'll try and catch it as best we can. There it goes. Making its way a little closer to us then. The Vulcan Air on returning from operation, should I say. Shining away in the last of the sunlight then this evening. National Police Service Vulcan Air making its way back into East Midlands. Just shy of 2 hours on operation this evening. Now the next arrival should be that DHL 757. We're taking a little bit of an extended approach allowing the Vulcan Air just to sneak in behind it, or in front of it should I say, in behind the 767. And there it goes, disappearing away. So look where that 757 is then, just a little further out over East Leek. A quick look at the 737 there as they continue to have a good look around that aircraft. You'll see the interior of the cabin there, the front of that galley. Power is open. Sounds like there's something starting up in the distance, not sure what. It may well be the West Atlantic. So the flight deck is occupied, that forward stair moved out of the way, so may well be on its way back out again this evening. DHL 757 and next to land into East Midlands though, that one just passing over Kegworth now, 600 feet is its current altitude. Thank you very much for everybody's support this evening as well. All the likes on this evening's stream, and thank you very much for all those super chats as well. Good to have you all with us. So a quick pan around then and catch the arrival of that 757. There it is, looking very shiny indeed. About to make that right hand turn then down towards the DHL apron. Flight time from Reykjavik this evening, 2 hours and 35 minutes. Registration on the aircraft in front of us, Golf Bravo Mike Romeo Juliet. This one is 36 years of age. 1989 this one entered into service. No movement on the West Atlantic just yet. That one is still on stand. Let's stick with a 757 for the time being. Adjust it down a little. There we go. So the second 757 on the ground at East Midlands. Hopefully coming to starting to make a steady turn towards its stand. There it is, safely about to come to a stop. There you go, bit of a bouncy stop for that one there, but firmly on its stand for the evening. So look then, what else is in the vicinity? Ryanair service in from Alicante. That one is just about to start its turn onto final for runway 27. And the Maersk service in from Edinburgh. That one is about 15 minutes away from us now. Stick with the 757 just for a couple of minutes, then all the ground crew get into place. That looks like a bit of sunlight just breaking through there as it starts to set behind us this evening. Let's get some more detail on that next arrival then. The West Atlantic is pinging up as well. Pinging away there. Anti-collision beacon light pinging away. Let's leave the 757 just for a few minutes then until the ground crew get a little bit more involved on that one and get over to the West Atlantic. So it looks like it's ready to push back. Nothing filed on this one just yet. Nothing on the radar anyway. But the Jet 2 aircraft that we saw just a little while ago as you watch that Maersk 767 make its way back down towards its stand. Looks like that one is back off to Birmingham this evening. Stay with the West Atlantic just for the time being though. That Ryanair service in from Alicante over East Leek at the minute. Registration Echo India, India Julia Sierra, 737 Max. That one is just over a year of age, April 2024. That one entered service. Or entered into service, should I say. Well, there it goes, pushing off stand. We should get a full view of this one as it continues its startup process this evening. Alicante service just over Kegworth. So almost ready to move out of the way then. Before it does, let's catch that Ryanair service in from Alicante. Flight time this evening of 2 hours and 15 minutes. Safely vacating off of runway 27. Making his way onto the taxiway. Speed brakes coming to a rest. Let's pan around though and get a full front-on view of that 737 as it makes its way out to us in just a couple of minutes' time. So not many times we get to see the 737's front on like this. Thank you everybody for joining us this evening. It's good to have you with us. West Atlantic 737 making its way towards us now then. See the trees and bushes there being blowing around quite a bit. Just a short stop on the ground for this one. Making its way in from Aberdeen. Nothing yet filed for its destination. There we go, closer view of the flight deck there. See, it's just starting to get a little bit darker. So hindered ever so slightly by the cloud above us this evening. So not as fortunate with the sun. Not very often we get to see the West Atlantic departing from East Midlands. It's probably maybe the first time we've caught it departing East Midlands actually. The Maersk 767 in from Edinburgh is about 5 minutes out now. And then we'll probably end with that service arriving in from Edinburgh. Make a move before I get bitten to death by any more flying ants or insects that are out here this evening. That big swarm's disappeared, but every so often land on your hands, or aren't you trying to concentrate on something? But there goes the West Atlantic 737 making its way down to the start of runway 27. Let's have a look at the 757 inbound from Reykjavik then this evening. A lot of cargo already making its way off. 777 that was scheduled to be outbound, still with a bit of cargo left to go, so it will not meet its time slot unfortunately this evening, which is not a surprise with the Cincinnati service. It's very rare we get to see those out on time, but still a great view of watching them being unloaded and loaded back up for that return journey. So the West Atlantic may not be going at all. Looks like that one has just made its way onto the apron at the opposite end of the airfield. Looks like it may just be moving stands instead, which is probably why it's not got anything showing up for its arrival airport. Yeah, looks like that one is just pulling in onto stand. So no departure of that one this evening, unfortunately. But at least we've got a good close-up view as it started up and made its way back down towards the opposite end of the airfield. There you go, the Aerologic 777 in from Leipzig earlier. Let's have a look right on the very end actually at the 767 here from JFK. That one's still very busy there. Like a lot of the cargo still making its way off. The refueling truck still in place as well. Can't see anything loaded for that one at the minute, so that one may well be stopping overnight. A great view of the church on the top of the hill as well this evening. It's catching the last of that sunlight, and it starts to, as the sun starts to disappear behind us. So look at the 767 right in front of us. AP on that one just started up. You can see the heat being kicked out the back of that one there. Ground power unit still attached. That one making its way out to Leipzig this evening in about 20 minutes time. There we go. Front of that aircraft just catching that light, just about make out the cloud above it as well this evening. But I think the final aircraft on this evening's stream will be the inbound 767 from Edinburgh. That's the Maersk 767 Golf Mike Alpha Charlie Yankee is the registration on that one. 36 years of age, 1989, first entered into service. Flight time down from Edinburgh this evening, about 42 minutes by the time it touches down. So we'll stick with the 767 in front of us for the time being. As the ground crew start to clear the perimeter of that aircraft, ready for its pushback. And the runway now illuminated, as well as runway lights coming into use. We just pan a little further around. Taxiway lights are on this evening. There you go, runway lights as well, something we've not seen for quite a long time, I think, given the how dull it is above us at the minute. Probably warrants it. So have a look around then at the rest of the airfield. Something we've not looked at this evening, the RVL apron over there. A couple of Beach Kings in place. And then a very empty apron over there, apart from the two Ryanair aircraft that are in front of us. Just see in front of the aircraft there, just make out the galley inside and that forward jump seat as well next to the forward exit. And having a look at the nose gear of that 737 there. And then the last one on stand. It's like the final passengers making their way off of that aircraft this evening. But the final aircraft in on this evening's stream will be that Maersk 767. So thank you very much indeed for joining us this evening from East Midlands. Just a couple of minutes away from finishing this evening's stream. If it's your first time joining us this evening, thank you very much for doing so. And if you've not already done so, do consider subscribing to the channel. We're out here every week at East Midlands Airport, streaming directly from the grounds of East Midlands Aeropark. So for unparalleled views across the DHL Apron and the passenger airport as well. Do subscribe to the channel and turn on those notifications. Thank you though to everybody who's joined us in the chat this evening and donated via the super chat feature as well. Really do appreciate your support, so thank you very much for doing so this evening. Our next stream is on Sunday for the airport's 60th anniversary weekend. We'll be out here again from the Aeropark. Have a look at the stream. It is already loaded up for Sunday. Give it a like if you can. Give it a share. Let's really try and push the channel this weekend. We've done really well last month in achieving 3,000 subscribers. And we really like to push that over the next few months as well. So if you can do subscribe. Share the streams as well. The Maersk 767 then. The last and final aircraft of this evening's stream. Before I go off, get out of the way of all these flying ants. There it is, catching the last of the light then. Flight time of 44 minutes in from Edinburgh this evening. And this one will make a left-hand turn and make its way down to the UPS facilities, where its counterpart is currently on stand. There he goes then, safely away. Stick with it just for a minute while it makes its way back down. There he goes, safely away, making his way back down to the opposite end of the airfield. That Jet 2 aircraft right in front of us there is making its way back down to Birmingham a little later on this evening, I think just before 11 p.m. So a little bit past where we'll be in terms of streaming. So one last look at the 767 then as that prepares to depart out in the next short while. Ground power unit being replaced by the tug there. That one will be making its way out just a short while, but for the time being I think we'll end this evening's stream there. So thank you very much for joining us. We'll pan around and get a good view of the tower this evening. There we go. Thank you very much indeed for joining us from East Midlands again this evening. It's been great to have you with us. Thank you to everybody who subscribed, all of our returning subscribers and of course our members as well. And thank you very much for those who have donated through the Super Chat feature this evening. This has been Live Flight Action. I've been Tom, live from East Midlands Airport. Again, if you've not already done so, do consider subscribing, like this evening's stream, and we should hopefully see you on Sunday as well for the airport's 60th anniversary, and hopefully that Red Arrows fly past, weather permitting. Do check out all the details from the airport for this weekend's events though, and don't get caught out by any of the temporary changes that have been made. So from me, that's it for the time being. Thank you very much, and we shall see you on Sunday.